That should do it. Yeah, okay. I was talking, but there was no audio coming into OBS. My mic was still muted. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. I want to do some drum and bass again. It's been a little bit since we've done some drum and bass. So I want to get back into making some drum and bass again today. Now, I do want to try out some cool stuff. I want to try out something different, though, when it comes to drum and bass. Don't want to work on any of the projects that I have. Just want to do and explore some stuff. So let's see, in the chat there's a couple of things happening in the chat. Maybe do some cello. We could maybe. I'm first gonna think about I guess writing a little bit of a bass line, because what I want to do, last week I talked about the type of drum and bass that I really like, and how I really like it when drum and bass incorporates, you know, like influences from other genres, or when it doesn't necessarily follow your standard drum and bass kind of structure, or when it just takes you on a journey, basically. I like it when drum and bass does stuff like that, and we're seeing more of that recently, which is a good thing. We're breaking away a little bit we're breaking away a little bit from all the super digital heavy FM basses and all that kind of stuff, and we're going a little bit more into a territory where people are exploring a bit more, so it's good. And I guess that's what I want to do tonight. You know, I guess that's the best way to describe it. So let me switch. I know we don't want to become famous, and, well, maybe some of us want to, but we're not going to become famous by buying followers. So, don't bother wasting your time on this stream. Let me switch. Cool. We're here. So, yeah, I've been not working on drum and bass for, like, I don't know, maybe a full month or something. So, well, I did try a couple of times, but didn't really feel like it. My mind wasn't set to it, so just done other stuff in the past few weeks. Now, what's up? I'm doing good. Thanks for asking. I hope you guys are doing great too. Can you make tutorials for extreme newcomers, not neurobass, but how to get in and the first basics? I mean, I guess there's already plenty of stuff about that online. I already did a lot of tutorials for, like, basic stuff in the past, so... Oh, by the way, Jules. I still have it. It's still going strong. Your shirt. Yo, Dr. Onishi, welcome. Yeah, so, let's just, get started with something. I think I'll go with F sharp for now as the root. We'll see which key we're gonna end up in, but we'll just start with an F sharp. I'm feeling like F sharp. Never use F sharp, to be quite honest, so that kind of fits the whole thing of trying to do something different and getting to something that sounds different. So let's just take a key that I never use, which F sharp could be a good one. Now, what I'm thinking is maybe also even putting, like, a very, maybe not too long of a progression, but maybe a very simple kind of chord progression that isn't necessarily played by any of the instruments. But let's just say we're gonna have the bass line playing the root, and then having maybe some pads on top of it, playing, like, a higher note of the chord, and then together those kind of form the progression. I usually really like that kind of sound, so we might be able to do that. So we might have to write a chord progression at some stage, and then, I don't know, just take notes from that progression and use that to kind of have other instruments play those notes. Hey Doms, welcome. I think I had a patch with a very simple Reese. Artifact simple Reese, that's probably it. It was, if I'm correct, yeah, it's basically just It's basically just 2 saw waves, making sure that they're re-triggered properly, and then offsetting the phase of the second one so that they don't start at the exact same position, because if you get that, then when you press a note, you get that really sort of like zappy kind of sound that's sort of like, well, basically because the voices start at the exact position and then they start drifting apart. You get that first part where it just sounds really, I don't know, it just sounds like almost like a flanger effect or something. Don't really like that at the start of the sound, so what I like to do when I use 2 saw waves to make a res is just offset that phase a little bit, but keeping them, well, basically setting them up so that they do restart to that position, but that way, because they're already starting at a slightly different position, you don't really get that very, well, that sound which I described. You can really hear it if you take a saw wave and just crank up the amount of voices and then reset the start position and then press a note. That sound at the start, that is what I mean. See that initial moment at the start where it takes a little bit of time before the voices have started drifting apart a little bit, and that's where the sound becomes a little bit more washed out, a little bit more detuned, and that's what you kind of want. But if you make them all start at the same position, it just has that, well, that sound at the start, which I don't like, so that's why I have these offset. And then just running that through a low-pass filter. Don't really think there's anything else, no. So this is now, then, I've connected the macro one to the fine-tune here and to the fine-tune here in opposite directions, so I can use the macro knob to detune the 2 saw waves, and by doing it with one macro knob, I can make sure that the fine-tuning is detuned both positive and negative in the exact same amount, so that the sort of like the combined pitch of the 2 oscillators is always going to be exactly in the center between these 2 oscillators, and that is basically the note that I'm going to play. So just a very simple way of just setting up like a very standard res, and it's basically just that. And it doesn't even have legato right now, so I can just do this, maybe give it a little bit of glide. And then let's do this. Is that... oh, that's connected, but it's not doing anything. Why is that? Maybe I should bring this one down. Oh yeah, of course, Serum is set to MPE mode. Let's turn it off. I don't like it. I don't like how Serum behaves in MPE mode. I'm not sure if you guys noticed. But if you have a monophonic sound, for instance, a res bass, and Serum is set to MPE mode, you can press a low note and then press a higher note, so it bends up to that higher note, but as soon as you let go of that higher note, the sound stops. For some reason, in MPE mode, it doesn't seem to be able to do legato, and then when you let go of the higher note, go back to the previous note that you're still playing. It just doesn't want to do that. So I found out how to fix it, and that's basically by turning off MPE mode. And that way you can press a low note, and then press a higher note, and then when you let go of the higher note, it goes back to the lower note. So it was a little bit... I was just looking at it, and I was like, why is it not doing that? I was almost 100% sure that it did that in the past. So I was looking at this right here, and I was like, maybe if I turn monophonic off, but it just didn't do anything. It would just always just stop playing. So... and I'm still playing the low note, but it's just not doing anything. But as soon as you turn MPE off... it does it again, so that's... I don't know why, but I just use Serum mostly in just a regular mode without MPE. Just a little thing that I noticed recently, but yeah, so you can see it's just a note modulator here controlling the cutoff of the filter, so that when you go up to a higher note, it also, you know, changes the cutoff filter, so that it changes the cutoff filter. That's a great way to describe it. No, the cutoff from the low pass filter, of course. But yeah, now the detuning, I can dial in how much detuning I want and how quick I want the modulation to go by using this macro knob, and that way it's very simple, because if I bring the detuning down, all it is, it's literally just 2 saw waves going through a low pass filter. And the two saw waves are slightly different in terms of their phase. So this one starts at this position while the other one starts right at the start here. So that's why they sort of like, they don't perfectly align, because if I would do this, you're just gonna have a very loud saw wave. And you can see it at the top of my screen as well, right here in the oscilloscope. You can kind of see what I mean. Look, when I start changing the phase, and look at what happens here. You know what, I'll make it a little bit more obvious. We'll make it a little more obvious. Right here. So, I'm just gonna play a note, and then I'm gonna change the phase right here. Let me put that right there. Can you see that? So I'm basically just shifting it with about 90 degrees. That's basically it. And that sort of like creates a slightly offset shape from what it normally is. So, and then using this detuning, it's a very simple way to set up a reese, but it's my preferred way if I just want to have a quick reese. How did you get the oscilloscope there? That is literally just the FL Studio oscilloscope. It's on my master right here, so it's just this. Just get it from the FL Studio website. You can download it for free right now because they discontinued this thing. But if you have an FL Studio license, then you can use this one just fine. So I should put that in the description of my streams actually, because people ask that every stream. But the other one, the big oscilloscope, that is the Melda oscilloscope. This is from the Melda plugins. And the one at the top right is basically just the FL Studio one. Yeah, that's basically, this thing right here is basically the control for that thing at the top. If I do this, see, we get this thing. So I just put it right at the top there, and then just remove the background so it's like that. Can I... It's a little bit finicky placing it in the right position, getting it that small, but you have to play around a little bit with some of the settings here. I think I just started from one of the presets in here. I think it was one of these Plexi oscilloscope. No, it was probably one of these simple vector scope or something, and then I just changed it to an oscilloscope. Something like that. It was a very simple way of doing it. But you got like all these different presets as well, so you can just pick one that you like. And I just played around with a couple of these things to remove some stuff from it and just make it look very clean. And then just remove the background. And now it's set there. And when it doesn't have a background, it also, you cannot interact with it. So you cannot accidentally, you know, like change the size of it or anything like that. So that's why I removed the background. But yeah, it's basically just the whole thing from FL Studio, because I'm not sure, where is it? Image line. Oh yeah, of course it's here. It's basically image line wave candy. See, it's just this thing. And you can do all kinds of stuff with it, because you can just take, let's say, oh yeah, here, the mini meter. You can put anything in here, whatever you want. And you can go in here, and here you can change some of the stuff. So, let's say oscilloscope. Let's say you don't like the ruler, you can remove that. Yeah, see, you can remove that, for instance, by making it smaller. I think at some point you can remove the title as well. Not sure how that works, how you do that again, but I just played around with it to kind of get rid of everything. Oh yeah, that's the line. So you can change the colors of it if you want. So yeah, it's very simple, but it's definitely nice to have. And I also have the vectorscope right here. You don't see it right now, but if I play something, see? So the moment we start adding some width to this sound, for instance, let's say I'm gonna go here, and instead of making it run through this filter, I'm just gonna remove that. I'm just gonna turn this filter off completely, and let's just distort this reese a little bit first. Let's just give it a bit of beef. We can crank up the level a little bit. And while I'm doing this, I can always look at the top right here and sort of like see what it looks like right now. See, I can see what it's doing, and even though it's a very small window, it does kind of give me an impression of how loud everything is, and how the waveform looks. Like, I can already see from that oscilloscope at the top that the bass in this sound is pretty consistent, and it's pretty, you know, loud as well. I can clearly see the fundamental frequency in there, and that's something that it's just annoying if I have to open up an oscilloscope all the time. And I just figured, I saw for a really long time this plugin would not work in Ableton for me. That's the point. I tried doing this like years ago, but it just wouldn't work. It would just the plugin wouldn't show up in Ableton at all. Whatever I did, I tried installing it in a folder and then just pointing Ableton to that specific folder. It would not see the plugins, and it's weird because they are 64-bit. Even I think even FL Studio, the manual says that, or you can use these in Ableton or anything or something like that. But they just wouldn't show up. And now a couple of years later, they discontinued it, and they uploaded the latest discontinued installation files to their downloads page. So you can find the downloads to those plugins on their page for free. And I was like, well, it's probably just going to be the same file, so it's probably not going to work, but let's just try it out. And I installed it, pointed Ableton at the folder, and it showed up. And I was like, okay. So that's, from that moment on, I started putting that there, and I was like, hey, that's actually quite nice. So, yeah. Now, what I was gonna say, if I add some width to this, so let's just add a chorus. Let's set this to high pass mode. Now, if I add chorus to this, see? I can see what the width is doing. So I can see right now, this is fully mono. And I can see that it now has width. So we can, that's also a little thing that's nice to have, you know, just seeing that at the right here, just being able to see that at any time, just seeing how wide you are. And it's not that detailed, of course, than having a really big screen opening or a really big window open where you can see it, but it's better than nothing, you know. It's better than not having anything, any visual kind of thing, at least for me, and having to go to my master all the time and just opening stuff up. And now let's just do the filtering at the end of this effect rack right here. So instead of doing it on this page, I'm just going to do the filtering here. So I'm just going to add my low pass filter, do this note modulator on top of it here. And now we're basically going to have that same low pass reese again, but we're applying it after the effect. So why I'm doing that, basically what I'm doing is I'm first taking that saw wave that is detuned. Because of the detuning, there are areas in the saw wave where it sort of like almost cancels, or kind of just completely cancels itself out, right? You can see it's not even that visible right now, but if I take this off, it's not that visible. But sometimes what you'll see, especially if you have like a whole bunch of voices, is that the volume goes down in certain areas, and that kind of is, well, if you're making a bass line, you probably don't want that. So what you can do is you can then pretty heavily distort that sound so that the volume difference is kind of just, I guess, just taken away by the distortion. It's just distorted so heavily that the parts where it's quieter are being brought up again, and the parts that are then would otherwise get too loud are now being cut off by the distortion. So it kind of evens out the volume again, even though you have that modulation in it by the detuning. So then it also, of course, makes the bass heavier, so that's also a nice sort of like plus. And then you can filter it again, and now that bass is, it's going to be pretty much always there. It's quite consistent. There might be a little bit of volume movement in the bass, but that's fine, you know, we don't care about that. But we just don't want it to be completely gone in certain areas where it just cancels itself out completely. Like, we can see there's some movement, of course, because we have that oscillation, but that's fine. So we can do that higher note as well, because then we get that. That's always good. Let's think. We're gonna go to a different key after this, I think. So we could go down. We're in F sharp, so we can go down a little bit. Guess D sharp. So we just copy these notes for now. I'd almost want to go down one semitone, I think, here. Maybe not. Maybe it wants to go down too. I kind of want to go down there. Let's see, we can do it does want to go down to D, I think. Let's see. And then we want to go back to F sharp, so dun, dun. We could do F? What are we in then? F harmonic minor, I think? Dun, dun. that's F harmonic minor. Let's check. Let's go here, scale, F sharp. Like, it's not F sharp minor, because then that D sharp doesn't fit, and the F also doesn't. F major. Then, ooh, we could be an F sharp major, but then the D doesn't fit. Then that one might want to go to C sharp. Oh, the D, yeah, okay. So let's try out, what do we have more? We have harmonic minor as well. Then that also fits, but then the D sharp doesn't fit. Let's open up the trusty website. Let's see what that one tells us. Skill finder. Let's open this bad boy up. So we have F sharp. We have a D and a D sharp. And then what else did we have? Let's turn skill thing off. An F note. So then we have an F note as well. Let's just click these and click find me a skill. Okay, I'm gonna make this a little bit smaller so that you can actually see it. Like that. So this is telling me I'm looking for one in F sharp. So that's telling me F sharp diminished, which is an interesting one. I'm getting mostly weird options. So what we could do is have a little look and see, okay, that F note might be an odd one and might be something different. It's only one used for a very brief moment. So let's remove that. And let's see what options we get now. We're probably gonna get ones that make more sense. G harmonic minor. Interesting. I was thinking about using G before, but again, these ones at the bottom here are all just weird scales. I'm not seeing any of the regular ones that I was hoping for, so one of these notes is different than what we should be doing, but I kind of like that. That D sharp is definitely gonna have to be there. I'm fine with changing the last part that goes to D. We could change that, so let's remove D from this whole thing, which means we're only having two notes then. So let's remove D, and let's see what that gives us, and maybe include the F note for now. So if I do that, we're gonna get immediately F sharp major right there, but also F sharp melodic minor. And do we get, oh no, F Phrygian as well. So now we could say it's probably going to be F sharp major that we're going to do. So then what should we do afterwards here? See if we can find something that is going to make sense for this last part. D sharp, it's saying C sharp, obviously, so C sharp major at the end. Which does, how does that resolves perfectly into F sharp as well, because it's a perfect fifth above F sharp. So then we're going to use the circle of fifths to go back into F, which makes sense. But that also becomes pretty damn low pitched. So that's also something we have to be concerned about, right? See, that's really low. So let's see what else we have. Instead of going down, we can go up as well. We get F diminished, for instance. So that's a semitone below F sharp. We can try using F diminished. Which for now it's just going to be F, mostly. But we can put that B note in there. See how that sounds. That's not too strange, actually. That actually sounds quite interesting. So what I want to do today as well is I want to try layering some yeah, maybe some interesting cinematic layers or something. Maybe even just some orchestral layers in it as well. Not too big sounding, not too like full on epic orchestrated orchestra kind of stuff, but like just you know, some layers here and there just to give it something that sounds more interesting. We're probably gonna work on the first part of the track first, the intro, and then see how that progresses into what kind of a drop we're gonna come up with. Okay, so let's see if we can find some instrument that is at least gonna layer nice with a Reese bass. Even though that Reese is probably gonna change, it's still very simple right now, but let's just see if we can find a cool instrument to layer it with and just get it started. So I'm gonna load up Contact for that. So the first one I wanna try is... where is it? That one. Let's use the legato one, I think. I mean, Vital is pretty much Serum in a different interface, right? It's just basically just Serum with a couple of other features that Serum doesn't have, and that's basically it. You can do pretty much anything that you can do in Serum. Most of the stuff you can do in Vital as well. Let's see what we get with this. So we have an F sharp. Now we would expect that C sharp on top of it. I could also, I'm gonna try something. I've been doing this last couple of weeks for a lot, so let's try out if this is gonna work. Let's bring out a piano. Not necessarily gonna use the piano, but we're gonna use it to come up with the right notes. And let's just load up the cinematic grand piano patch. Let's just make sure that that's loaded, because otherwise might get some weird sounds. I'm gonna change this a little bit. Just give it a little bit more velocity sensitivity. Maybe bring this one up a bit. I don't want it to sound very dark. Okay, no, but I do like the first two things. So see, I'm extending that first F sharp note for 2 sections instead of 1. So what we are gonna get in this track probably is a chord progression or some kind of a progression that starts with just twice a chord on the root, and then having 2 different chords, whatever those are gonna be, and whichever bass notes we're gonna use for that. This part might still change, but I do want to have this here. So let's just say we're gonna start with 2 F sharp notes there, and what I think would be cool is doing F sharp, what is that, F sharp minor or major? Whatever. I was playing an F sharp minor, I think. Let's just see what we're gonna end up with. What is that? Where's the... Oh yeah, it's one octave down. So let's say we have this, and then we have D sharp, and then we had F. That is what we did here. So... it actually also starts right there already. Okay, so let's make some chords out of these. And just for the easiness, I'm just gonna put this one here. So let's say I'm just gonna start with F sharp minor. Oh, my bad. And let's drop you there. For now, let's do it like that. Otherwise, I might get confused which note is the fifth and which isn't. So let's just do this for now. I can always start playing around with the inversions later. So then this one, we could go for another minor chord, but we could also maybe bring this one down and go for that diminished chord. Or we could try moving that one to maybe B, so that you get, what is that, F sus4? And then we go down to D sharp, for now at least. So let's say that would be D sharp minor then. No. Ooh, that's gonna be an odd one. If we are in major, let's try that. Sounds a little weird. I don't like major for drum and bass, at least not for the first chord. That's just me. But we can try and make it work. Now we were in what key did this say? I already forgot. Was it major? I think it was. Yeah, okay, so let's see. I do want to stick to minor. Or we can just extend this one as well. Just do that. That movement from F sharp to D sharp is fine. That sounds really nice, so we're just probably gonna use that. But that is gonna be what is that? Is that the... yeah, that's the diminished chord. That sounds weird. I kinda like it. We can try F minor. Going down with like a semitone there. Could be interesting. Kinda? You kinda like the sus chord. Yeah, the sus chord works. Which note is it? It's the C sharp here. Like just moving that down a semitone is already cool. See, we can hint at that. We don't even have to play the full chord. Just adding that C in there already kind of helps to get that sus 4 feeling. Or no, what that's diminished. Fuck. It's the A sharp. Yeah, it's the A sharp. The A sharp is going to is gonna have to go to. Wait, what? To B. Fuck. See, I'm already getting lost. The A has to go to B to make it sus 4. My theory is getting better, but so now we can just copy these underneath it. Yeah. That would be sus 4. But then in a weird sort of like I kind of like the other one though. What was it? That one. I don't like the last one though. That would be F sharp minor then. I think. Let's go back here. F sharp. Yeah, okay, I'll just take this one and just do just change it in here. Let's just do F sharp. What is that? F sharp, and that is G flat. Yes, there we go. So let's see, we get G sharp diminished. A, B minor. Ooh, let's try maybe B. Or G sharp, let's see. We have to get rid of the re's for now. Wait, is that D sharp not part of it too? What the hell? Oh no, that's not in natural minor. Harmonic minor. Are we in that? What was it, D sharp that I was playing? Or D? What? D. Okay. Ah, this one could work, but then there's no D sharp. Whatever. Trying to figure out in which key we are in. Not that it matters that much, but it's kind of nice to at least know. giving it a little bit of variety here so that we get something that sounds a little bit better to listen to. Yeah, I kind of want to do that, I think. Then we're gonna get... Like, what is that even? That we're gonna have a scale with C, C sharp, D, and D sharp in it. Does that even exist? That sounds kind of cool. Does sound kind of sinister. And let's try this. Oh wait, this one is fucking huge. Let's try viola or violin. Let's try viola. That one has a little bit more lower range as well. Let's see what we get. Beethoven. As soon as we have the right chords, we can start working on making some bass for it as well. But I want to get the main progression down first, I think, because that is really going to be the core of everything, basically. Let's drop these here. And let's do that, and then do that so that they're all on grid. Assign that to the mod wheel. That way we can do this. I really like this though. This sounds really interesting. We're probably, if we're gonna analyze this, we're probably making a key change in some kind of way. Because this thing, this D sharp to D to C sharp to C, is probably not in any scale. So that's interesting. So it's probably even gonna be like that. This section is in a different key than this one right now. Just to make it more easy for myself. That F note actually doesn't sound strange at all either there. Yeah, it doesn't make sense, theory-wise, I think, but it sounds cool, so I guess we'll stick with it. Like now I can also start adding, ooh, what if we do the horn on top, doing, does this one have mod wheel as well? Oh, it does, nice. Yo, come on. Like that kind of works with that. It's not the right instrument, I think. We could use the horn, but we could also try, which is the strings. This is the strings. Let's copy that. Let's rename these as well. So this is the violas. Let's do some violins in this one. See if we can, what it sounds like if we take the violins for the higher notes. Let's do modern. So the difference here between modern and traditional, I wasn't sure in the past. I looked it up. In the manual, what it says, it's basically the only difference between the traditional and the modern patches is the way how the instruments are penned. So I wasn't able to answer that question in one of my previous streams. Now I can. In the traditional version of the instruments are penned how they would traditionally be positioned in an orchestra. So that means, I think the cello's on the left and the violins on the right, and then the bass is all the way on the left, and the cello's a little bit on the left of the center, and then the violas a little bit right of the center, and then the violins all the way at the right side. That is how it would usually be in an orchestra, or the other way around. I'm not entirely sure, but it could be that the violins were, or the cellos and the basses were on the right side, and the violins and the violas on the left side. But what the traditional patches do is they sort of like mimic that with the penning of the instruments. So the traditional violins are going to be penned farthest to the right, for instance, and then the violas are going to be slightly right of the center, and then the cellos are going to be slightly left of the center, and then the basses are going to be all the way on the left side, for instance. That's not fully penned hard left, of course, because that way we would only hear it in our left ear, but it does kind of pens them a little bit according to how they would originally sit in an orchestra. The modern patches, though, are going to be a lot better for if you're writing, for instance, electronic music, and you just want to have some like cinematic layers in it, and you still want to at least pay a little bit of attention to how it's going to sound in mono, and that it's going to sound powerful in mono. Because what these do is they kind of just pen pen the instruments in a different way, because you have two sections per instrument. So you have, here we have the violas, we have viola 1 and viola 2, so there's two sections of violas, and normally it would just take both of those sections and pen them, for instance, to the right, whereas now it takes, if let's say the violins are going to be at the furthest end of the spectrum, right? So okay, good. Let's take this one, let's take the violins and the modern violins, let's put these in here. So those would be the furthest from the center in a traditional orchestra position. So what they would do in a traditional patch is take these two and just pen them all to, let's say, the right. But what the modern patch does is, instead of doing that, is it takes both of the sections, it pens section 1 to the right and then section 2 to the left, for instance. So it pens them in opposite directions, so you're gonna have the same sort of like violin section on the furthest end of the left side and on the right side of the stereo spectrum. And it does that with all of these instruments, so that way if you're, I guess, working with like electronic music or anything like that, it's going to be a little bit more usable, you know, than having, let's say, because if you, for instance, let's say you're not using the full orchestra, right, you only want to have a violin layer on top of something. If you're going to use the traditional patch, then that violin is going to be more in your right ear, for instance, than in your left ear. Whereas with the modern patch, it keeps that sort of like volume across both the left and right side the same, because it takes the two sections and it pens those to the side. So it's a slightly different way of how it does it, but it's kind of nice. So if you're like really trying to mimic a traditional orchestra, I would say use the traditional patches. But if you're not, guess use the modern patches for that. But other than that, there's no difference between the two instruments. It's literally only the penning. So not sure who asked that question in the past, but that's the answer, I guess. You're probably not here, but for the people that are. Hello, I'm here again from Japan. Hey, D&B lover, welcome. Good to see you here again. That chord progression really helped it along. Yeah, I do think so. I do think the progression is going to be nice. Now, we might want to move away from these two notes at some point, but I'm not sure how we're going to be able to do that, because this is not even in a particular skill anymore, I think. But we'll see. So now we have the violins here. We can take... I'm going to add the portamento to E-1. I really like the portamento in this one. It just has a really nice glide sound. So... Oh, we're in the violas, my bad. See, that glide sound is just really nice. There's other plugins that do like legato strings, but most of them just I don't like the sound of. There's one other that's kind of nice, which is the LA scoring strings, which is a little bit of an old library, but still really good for like legato strings. But most legato string libraries I don't necessarily like too much. The session strings here, the portamento one, I do kind of like. But we also want to change this right here, so set that to the mod wheel, so that we can control it with the mod wheel and not have the velocity of the notes tell us what volume we should get. Like, I don't like that. I want to be able to, especially when I'm using a portamento string section, I want to be able to control it expressively, so make notes swell in, for instance, or do stuff like that. Or if you have a really long notes, make them get quieter towards the end. Sort of like mimicking what a player would do as well, because you can apply varying sort of like amounts of pressure on your strings, right? And that's gonna and I guess the speed as well, of how the speed of the bow is also gonna be sort of like changing the velocity of the notes. So if you're gonna set this instrument to just velocity mode, the moment you press a note, it's just gonna stick with that velocity for the duration of the note. So that isn't necessarily realistic. Plus it also, you don't get a lot of expression that way. Whereas if you do it with the mod wheel, you can really get in there. So let's take these notes, these nuts, and drop them here. And let's make these overlap. And now we can use the mod wheel. And we can say, start at a really low volume. And you can really sort of like, let's make it go down a lot faster here. And then let's just copy that. Like, we're not even starting at all the way 0 here, but doesn't matter too much. You're not gonna hear a click here, for instance. Let's go up a little bit more here. And maybe make this one go down a bit. And let's see what we get if we layer that with the violas here. Okay, it's getting a bit too sinister for my taste though, so I'm probably gonna change some stuff, but yeah, I can show you a little thing that I've been writing in the past few days. Again, it's been for the City Skylines videos that I've been doing. I'll go back to this project in just a bit, one moment. I'll just open up this one real quick, because it kind of has the thing that I was already showing here, so I can show it to you more easily. I'm also using this string library in that one, and I can really show what I mean about the expressiveness of that instrument. I do think that this is getting a bit too sinister for my taste though, so I think I want to have a different chord progression, but this one is kind of nice, so I'll keep it, but make a couple of different variations. So that's usually what I do when I start a track. As soon as I find a couple of sounds that I like, I don't necessarily just stick with what I first came up with. I'll start exploring with those instruments and seeing if I can find another sort of like combination. So this is another thing I've been writing in the past week. It's the outro music for my upcoming City Skylines video on my other channel. And it's really using a lot of these strings. So here you can see, those are all the string layers. You can even see that I split up a couple of them. So I split up the cellos and the violins. And the violas are just one patch, and the basses as well. And it's layered with a couple of Japanese instruments. Koto and shakuhachi flute. We have a piano. And that one is just playing chords as well. Mostly it's just... And then we have that same horn patch again. That's the same horn patch, and this is all drums. So just cymbals and taiko, and then some drum kit stuff. But here you can hear what I mean with... I'll play this bit for just a little bit. It's not done yet, so I'll not play the entire thing, but I'll play the first sort of like section. So you can hear these instruments right here, basically. Those are the strings that I was using just now, and you can kind of hear what I mean with how expressive they are. A little bit quiet maybe. Oh, let me turn on the ozone real quick, so it's a little bit louder. I hope everything is loaded already. We'll wait until that is over.
Any tips on adding crunchiness to bass bass in vital? So maybe slap. Camel fat some portal some trash then how do you mold it to perfection?
Oh my, that was a great one. Good question actually. Good question. What the fuck is going on? That's my assistant Vanessa. I know Vanessa doesn't sound like somebody who is named Vanessa, but that's a joke from a previous stream where we decided we had to come up with a name for her. So yeah, that's my personal assistant Vanessa. And, it's a good question actually. It's a really good question. Any tips on adding crunchiness to Reese bass in Vital? So maybe slap a camel fat, some portal, some trash, and then how do you mold it to perfection? Portal, I wouldn't necessarily use that much on bass because it's just so unpredictable. Unless I'm just looking for, let's say, how do you describe it? Unless I'm looking for stuff that is just like layers to layer on top of a bass that I want to make from another bass sound, or if I want to just resample for a really long time and then just be able to cut pieces from that resampled file, that's when I would use Portal or something. But just for like just processing a main bass, I feel like Portal, it's because what Portal does, right? It chops up the audio into grains. It's a granular processor. So and what it does as well, like the results you get out of it are quite unpredictable a lot of times. You can play a sound with Portal on it 3 or 4 times in a row and get completely different results. Like they're gonna be in the similar sort of like ballpark, the similar sort of like vibe, I guess. I don't like the word vibe. Similar sonic qualities. That's a better, more professional way of describing it. But it's gonna have a similar kind of sound, right? But they're all still gonna be different, and that's just because Portal does a lot of randomization under the hood and stuff like that. And when I'm working with bass, I'm usually looking for consistency. I want something to be more predictable so I can tell the bass exactly what it has to do. So what I feel like when you're talking about crunch, right? There's 2 great ways of doing that. One is going to be distortion, and 2 is going to be noise. Those 2 things are what is going to give you crunch. And, of course, maybe scooping out some mids with an EQ. Like, if you want to have a bass sound and you want to add some more crunch to it, distort the high frequencies, for instance. And depending on the type of distortion you use, you're going to get different kinds of crunch in that, whatever crunch means to you, right? You can also take your bass sound completely, just distort it, and then use like some really heavy distortion, which is probably going to completely destroy the sound, and then just high pass that, so you have a really crunchy high passed bass, and then layer that into your main bass, just mix it back in. Other great ways are just adding some noise. You know, just adding some noise maybe before it goes into some distortion. And that way, it's automatically going to sound like it sounds more hyped. It sounds more modern or bright. Especially in drum and bass, the last couple of years, people have been using so much noise in their tracks. And there's a lot of great examples, like Imanu, Bunshin, Mephius, Face, all of them, you know, like they've all been putting quite a bit of noise into their tracks, and that is for a reason. It makes it sound grittier and heavier in a way. And then, of course, if you have a sound that has that, right, but it still isn't enough, then most of the times I find it's just because you have too much mid frequencies in it, and just by dipping away some of those mid frequencies, you're automatically making it feel as if the bass and the high frequencies are stronger. They aren't actually stronger, but you're getting that impression because you're taking out some mids. So you're kind of creating a bit of, I guess, separation between the bass and the high frequencies, and that always helps to make us, or at least most of the times helps, to just make a bass sound feel more, I guess, more grittier, or it's just a technique used a lot in drum and bass, right? Taking out some mid frequencies to kind of, I guess, make space for the drums as well, but it's also going to help with achieving that sort of like crunchy high frequency sound. But again, it's really easy to overdo that as well, so you really want to be careful with it. Best thing you can do is probably just make a couple of versions, EQ them all slightly different, maybe add a little bit of distortion to one on the high frequencies, do some noise in another version, and then maybe do a final version when you combine all those techniques, and then just bounce them all to audio and just start listening to them one by one and just A-Bing them, see which one you like more. I often run bass through Portal to make unique soundscapes. Yeah, like I said, if you have a good bass line and your main bass is there, it's strong, it's powerful, but you just need to fill it up with extra stuff, right? Or you just want to add some layers to it, on top of the bass. Just add some mid-frequency interest, some layers for character. Then Portal is a great thing. Portal is then an absolutely great thing to use. You know, you can just put Portal in there and just start playing around with it, maybe even just browse through presets while it's recording the audio, and just high pass the audio that you get afterwards and just start cutting pieces out that work on top of your bassline. And that is what Portal is great for. Or if you have, like, maybe you've made a drop and you are stuck now making an intro, or just put Portal on the separate instruments or on a group of instruments and just start playing around with that until you get interesting sounds, and start cutting out the parts that you like and use those in the intro. And because they're made from something in your track, the chance that they're gonna sound cohesive with your track is a lot bigger than when you start a sound completely from scratch. So Portal is an absolute great tool for that. That's what I usually use it for. But yeah, good question. So I hope that helps. Also, Trash is great, but recently I've been using the Melda wave shaper, the multiband wave shaper. It's kind of the same thing as Trash. It does the exact same thing, but it has a couple of features that Trash doesn't have that really make me pick this one last few weeks. So right off the bat, it doesn't necessarily look like Trash. Where are the bends, right? What you have to do is click Edit. And that way you get into the actual sort of like interface where you can edit all the settings. So right off the bat, you can see we have right here at the top, we got this view, and here we got a wave shaper view. Now, first thing that I like about this one is that the wave shaper view itself is way bigger than the one in Trash. So we have a lot more space here. That's kind of nice because you get a bit more control. It's a bit more detailed. And I guess this is scalable. Yeah, so that's something that Trash also doesn't have. Good thing. But here you can make your bends right clicking in here, and we can say insert bend, but you can also see that we have options for the crossovers. So you actually can do a linear phase crossover, for instance, and make sure that you don't get that crazy phase shift. And if you're doing some really crazy bass sound design with like stuff, and you've already got a pretty interesting sound, but you just want to make it a bit heavier, then having a lot of phasing being introduced by the splitting into multiple bands is probably not what you want. So in that case, you can switch the crossovers to linear phase or any of these other modes. And you can even change the slope of the crossover, so you get a lot more control, as with Trash. I still hope Isotope is going to do Trash 3 at some point, because it really needs stuff like that in it. So you get a lot more control over what that does. So this is sort of like my replacement for Trash recently. I think I saw it on Matthews, his stream or video, I'm not entirely sure, but I saw him using this one, and he explained that as well, and I was like, holy shit, that's great. That's actually something that I would really like. And there's just some really good other plugins that they make, so definitely check that out if you haven't. Now, what I was talking about earlier, before we got the donation, is the expressiveness of that string library. So here you go. This is what I was writing. It's not drum and bass. It's something completely different, but you can hear these string layers. So right now it's just a violin one. And you can see all the modulation that is being drawn in here. So here we get some cellos on top of it. And now all the strings come in. And this would not be possible if you would have the library set to just velocity mode. It would just not work. So that's why I advise to use them in the mode where you switch it to the mod wheel, because you just get so much more control. Yeah, I'm just still working on this, especially the last half. You can see the strings just end here. I'm still working on it. But it's getting there. Still have to tweak the drums as well. Yeah, that's getting there. So that was just what I quickly wanted to show about that library. Way easier than showing it in a project where I have to set that all up. That one. I really like the reverb on that percussion. Mostly this is just a Valhalla vintage verb. It's just a Valhalla vintage verb, and the percussion I think has an extra layer because it's the Taiko percussion has like a built-in reverb as well. So it's like it has that reverb and then a bit of vintage verb on top of it. Yeah, okay, I like that whole thing. It's just, it sounds too sinister for my liking. Let's just drop this here. And let's see if we can make another version. What is the name of that Melda plugin? Damn it. It's called the Melda Multiband Wave Shaper, or M Wave Shaper MB. Right here. Damn it! I shouldn't drink cola. There we go. I'll grab something else. But yeah, like I said, it sounds a bit sinister. So let's try. I can try using that same skill that I just played on that other thing, which is one semitone higher. It's G, so it's not F sharp but G. Let's try that. Let's see what we get. So we have the piano here. Let's just take that. It's also going to make it easier because I'm a little bit more familiar with that scale. It's basically just G minor. Yeah, I know, but I'm just trying to come up with something here, and then I might even be able to merge the two, because if I can write a good chord progression in this one, all I have to do is just select everything and just do that. So, yeah, that's gonna maybe help as well. So, G minor to maybe that sus chord. Kind of cool. We could even do like a weird Something like that. And then that thing that I played earlier is using E flat. It goes down to E flat. Which is kind of cool, because then this goes up. And then this becomes major as well. Dun, dun, dun. No. C. Something with C. Now that could be the bottom note of the chord, but could also be the highest note of the chord. So we can also count down. G minor, then we get A. And F. F is part of the G minor scale. So we could do an F major chord there as well. Which means we get that. It's gonna sound pretty basic at first, but we could try out the diminished as well as a sort of like a different one. I like the other one more. Okay, if I now take this, move it down one semitone. Now we're in the key of this one, or at least. Ooh, that's not actually that bad. Now there is a difference, because this one is not using that E note. Oh yeah, wait, what did we do here? We did let's just do that. Cool. Let's grab. We can just take this one and then take these notes, because I don't want to have to redo the modulation here. So now we have just copy those notes. Guess bring them up an octave as well. Don't like that at the end there, but we'll see. kind of wish we had a bigger range. I should have loaded up the ensemble patch. Ensemble modern. That's gonna take a bit of time because it's a huge patch. Oh. Oh yeah, it's gonna slow down a bit now. To key switch. And mod wheel. We have now we're in D sharp minor. We could be in D sharp minor, whatever. Let's grab. Let's see if we can get a bit of a track started. Just gonna move this all a little bit out of the way. Go somewhere over here. I wish there was a faster way to do this, but there is not. Let's just drop that all here. So we can start working on actual track for now. I do like F sharp as sort of like the keys, so we'll stick with that. And then we'll see where that leads us. First thing, I want to add some kind of a percussion sound in the intro, I think. Now that library that I was using in the Japanese thing is actually really nice. It's this one, Taiko Creator. It's kind of nice, but I usually go here. Contacts, drums, Taiko Creator, and then let's take these snapshots. Those are kind of nice. They have some pretty good percussion in them, so we can just load that up. Yeah, we're gonna turn it around in some way or another, but we have to figure out what we're gonna do music-wise. I wanna make this one, you know, sound nice and not get stuck halfway through because I figure out that I don't like it anymore or anything like that. It needs to sound like something that I really like. So we're gonna focus on that first. Now this one has some pretty nice sounds, and you've got these like I said, these snapshots which hugely change the way these sound, and I think you also have the ability to go in here. So if we it's a huge interface. That's the only thing I don't like. This gigantic image here that suits no purpose, but I can see why they added it, because here you have a browser, but then still they could have made this smaller. But I just do this. So you've got this button at the top and it just makes it smaller, so it just gets rid of most of the, like, the browser and all of that. But this one is great. It has some pretty nice things, and in here, yeah, you can select as well which libraries you're using, so you can pick any of these. That's all, everything that comes with it. So there's some pretty nice things in here. And let's see which one sounds best. That one is nice. I'm looking for one which has a good sort of like low one. I think one that has a good amount of bass as well. Ooh, that's huge. Ooh. Try using that one. We're gonna start here, and I'm probably only gonna use that one note. Maybe this one, because it's the same one. So if I want to do like a alternating thing. Which one is the ensemble patch? This one. Let's rename that to ensemble. Probably not even gonna need the other notes. Probably just gonna need like this. Sorry, which one was the other one? This one, I think. That one sounds more. Which one was it? That was that one. I do like the first one. That is how long? 32 bars. Let's focus on 16 for now first. Or no, let's do 32. Whatever. Doesn't matter. So let's say we are in F sharp. Need some extra thing to kind of give it some percussion. I can do... I can do contacts with that. Do I have it here? Yes. Just take one of these. One of these maybe? Then we have something a bit more. Maybe I want to use action strikes instead. Ensemble? I always forget which ones of action strikes is which. I think it was the ensemble. Let me get some light in here as well. Oh yeah, this is the good one. Let's slow that down. Half the tempo. It's quiet as hell. But just so we have some extra percussion in this one. Just do that. Just so we can get started with that a bit, you know. Just adding a bit more interest to it over time so that we don't have to worry too much about that. Yeah, I'll worry about that later. Let's drag you in for now. Yeah, that's way too sinister for my liking, so that's gonna change, but I can use this clip now to start off with, so that we don't have to redo that mod wheel modulation. So let's say we're gonna start like that. I'm gonna bring up the F sharp something scale. I guess minor, because that is what we're in. But that semitone difference there, that change is just gonna sound too sinister for what I want to do. It also is because of that really high note. it's gonna be minor. I always try borrowing the major chord here. It's fun. Actually sounds quite cool. Could use it here as well and go to a different chord first. Try out what that E sharp gives us. E sharp, what is that? That's F. I guess it's called E sharp in this, that's gonna give us a diminished chord. Don't think that that is gonna work, but we can try it out. Yeah, that's gonna sound weird. Let's try something else. And go up to G sharp, which is a perfect fifth underneath D sharp, so that would resolve nice into that one. See, we get that D sharp, which is the perfect fifth. And then we get a minor chord, so... I do like this one being major. We could also do it here and then go into this one. Do it the other way around, basically. So... do that. I almost feel like this is nice. I really like this. But I almost feel like this one needs to be different. What resolves good from this one into the first chord? We might be in a different key. If we're gonna do that. But I don't mind. Let's see. What is gonna happen here? Let's see if we can make a good one there. I'm just gonna copy you over here so that we don't lose this one. Sus the second chord for the lets. No, I like this. This is great. That's nice. You mean this one? I mean, that also works, but I kind of like that more. No, I've been learning a lot more music theory lately because I do, every time when I write stuff like stuff that utilizes chords or anything like that, I just get completely stuck. And I'm really learning a lot more about theory lately, about how to resolve things in which chord to pick after which one. And I have to be honest, I didn't had a lot of time practicing this, but I am definitely getting better with it. It's just making more sense now, which definitely helps. So, I'm thinking, that is basically G sharp minor. Let's think, gonna think out of the scale for a bit. But what if this was G minor? Oh, yes. I think I found it. I think we're in G minor, or G Phrygian? G Phrygian, where are you? I think we are. Yes, although that last B note doesn't work there. So that one is out of the scale, but let's see what else we had. We had D or G minor. Not sure what we are, but this does sound kind of cool. We have harmonic minor. Definitely not. And we got the harmonic major. Never used that one, but it's also not it. And then where's the... Do we have melodic minor here as well? Minor. Oh yeah. That's definitely not it either. So minor or major, minor or Phrygian is the closest, I think. If this is what we're gonna use, but I do kind of like where that is going. Let's turn this off. Like that B note needs to be left until the end there. Let's try something on F. See, I don't like that. So F could be... Yeah, that's not gonna be it. We have D. We're not using D yet, but this could also be a chord that we could use. Let's see. D minor. No, that sounds weird. What if we used it A sharp? Okay, I'm gonna go back in here. I'm just gonna quickly fill out these notes in here and see what we get, because I really like this section, so I want to figure out what that is doing, so that we can figure out what the one chord in front of it is gonna do. So that's D sharp. Then we have G, and then we have A sharp. Now that G, or which one is it? Yeah, the G might not... It could also be F sharp, but we're just using a G because we're borrowing the major version of a minor chord. So that's something we have to keep in mind. We might have to remove that note in just a bit. So then we get G sharp as well. Let's add that. D sharp we already had, G sharp, and then we get B. So we can click these so we get all the options. Now, looking at this, we could be in G sharp harmonic minor or D sharp double harmonic, which is a little... Oh, there's not many options. So I'm going to assume that this one, we're borrowing a major chord. That's what I'm going to assume. So let's try that. And let's remove that G note. F sharp major is the first one that pops up here. And that makes me think that could maybe work. Just don't like how that resolves though at the end. So let's have another look what we have here. Let's open that one up though, because that could be an option. B major is another option. If that's the case, then we're probably not going to use the one chord, but use a different chord from it. So again, we're going to get that F sharp major, but we also could do an E major if we're in this key. So let's try out E major. This resolves pretty nice from here to here. Now I just don't like to transition from here into here. But that does kind of work. It just doesn't sound like it goes to home, I guess. B major is a little bit of a weird one, I think. That's gonna be super low. Definitely not gonna work. And I don't like how that resolves either, so I don't think we're in B at all. So then we're gonna go to the minor options. D sharp natural minor. Let's try that one. D sharp natural minor. Then we can go to, well, I guess D sharp minor, but we're already doing a D sharp major here, so what other options did we have? Let's try this one. So we're ending on the one chord if we're in G sharp minor. This is the 5. Damn it, what is that first one gonna have to be? It's so annoying if you can't find it. Just gonna make a minor chord here. G minor. I still think that's the best one. Dun, dun. Yeah, I think G minor. then this chord is probably, or what is it, G Phrygian, I guess, G minor Phrygian. That sounds like a plausible option. We don't get that here, of course, because we have... let's just do... G... G sharp... where are you? Where is it? There. So D sharp major, that is within the scale, and then we were going up to G sharp minor. Yeah, okay. So if we are in, I know which key we are in. G Phrygian. But instead of having this minor chord here, this major chord, that's what we should get. I'm borrowing the minor version, and we get that. So now we get basically that. Just that upwards movement at the end. We should be getting this, according to the scale. See? Right, G sharp major, right? Yeah, see? But that completely gets away of that interesting sound, so that is what this is doing. It's basically in the key of G minor, or in the key of G Phrygian, which is a mode of... is that F minor? I'm not even sure. F minor or F sharp minor? I think F sharp minor. Should be able to see that here. G Phrygian... oh no, F minor. Scales that are equivalent. C minor. Okay, so G Phrygian is a mode of C minor. So you could also say we're in C minor, but C is a little bit of a weird key for drum and bass, because the bass is just not going to work in C. So I'll pick the Phrygian version, which is G. Figured that one out. So if we build the whole thing around this... that could work. What was this? Oh yeah, that was the percussion. Let's name that. Hi, Perks. This is Tycho. So let's find something in the key of G that we can use at the start here. Something... bum bum bum. Like if we were in G Phrygian, I kind of know this what we can do. Let's grab a synth. Oh, I'll just do a couple of detuned sols maybe for now. No. What was that doing again? It's going to D sharp to G sharp. Okay, so we... I don't care for now. That sounded so fucking crap. I'm gonna focus on the intro first. Let's just get rid of that. That's not getting anywhere. Time for some Red Bull. Oh, we're still in, we're not in full screen mode. I just noticed. Should I bring up some, maybe some drum and bass drums or something? Some, at least get into a bit of a drum and bass vibe. Let's, see if we can find some cool break or something to chop up real quick. Kind of like the sound of that break, so let's slice that to MIDI. Mute that one. go in here and let's quantize that. Let's see, we're gonna change the end here. We're also gonna replace that one. Take that hat maybe. Let's beef this up a little bit. It's a little quiet. Now, pitch-wise, we can also just looking for some extra sort of like break stuff that I can use in the intro. That break could work. I want to see if we have a better one though. Let's just take the EQ and let's just drop that on here as well, so I can immediately hear what it sounds like if it's high passed. Because I want to place my own kicks underneath it. I just want to have like do like the sound of that one, just not the rhythm. This is another one that could work. Now, I don't like the first hit, but the rest of it is quite nice. So this one is one where I would have to remove the first kick with that big open hat on it. So if we do that, And that one sounds a little weird, to be honest. I think the other one is better. It's just a bit muffled in a way. Need a bit. That one is better, for sure. I want to write a good intro for this. This one is probably going to come in later. So which one is this? I think it's this one, the first one. Oh, it's a collection of multiple then. Yes. Ah. We can tune them as well. Like I can... That sounds a little bit nicer, I think. Oh, they all have different... Damn. So I literally only changed these two. And all of these have different tunings. Oh, okay. That's sick. That way you can really tune them all whatever you want. Like even these. You can just change them to whatever pitch you need them to be. And they're all different, so they're all sort of like in groups. See? Of 2 notes, basically. So that's nice. That's really helpful. We're only using one, but... Now that first chord is not gonna be like that, I think. We're only gonna get these two as sort of like their full chord. Or at least those notes that make it sound, well, that give it the sound. Probably, which are probably the top notes. This one, I think we're just gonna play like something that's more just playing a G, with some kind of an instrument. What kind of instrument should we do? Let's remove this one as well. When in doubt, open up Omnisphere. See what we can find in there. The only issue with these is that they're not necessarily playing one key. They're using the harmonia here, mostly to create octaves though, so that's fine. We can do that pattern, but then do that, switch this to the narrow grid and quantize that. Oops, that wasn't supposed to happen. We still have a couple of notes there. We could just use it as a drone, so just have this sort of like during the track. Let's make it a bit quieter so that we get a bit more. Just looking for some ambience at the start of the track. But this one, I feel there is some melodic stuff in there, which is gonna make it difficult to make this one work with, maybe because I don't know what it's necessarily doing. Let's see what else we got. Could also try one of the pads. The pads are more like all on one note, so that's easier to use. But these usually sound nicer. What? Nice. Welcome to the horror movie. I should make sure that I mark that patch. That one sounds cool. Not for this one, but it sounds really nice. Ooh. 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 Bum bum bum. Oh, this one sounds really nice. You did say sinister. Yeah. But Omnisphere is so filled with good sounds, like literally. This one is really nice. Trouble the Waters. That one sounds really good to start the track off with because it has a nice sort of like bass. It sounds fat, yeah, it has a really interesting sort of like bass to it. And it's not like a static oscillator bass, it's more like a bass that moves, and it's sort of like, you know, it changes over time, which is something that you want. And that's what Omnisphere is so good at. Now I put this in a new one because we can go into the browser, and let's say you want something, we can change the mood. And now we got stuff like eerie. And you get all kinds of eerie sounds. See, so right away, yeah. Maybe you want nightmarish. Brain ball. This could be all kinds of stuff now what we're gonna get, but we'll see. Oh. Oh. I guess it sounds slightly nightmarish, and holy shit, I'm gonna save that one. But it's just such a easy... It's such an easy thing to find interesting sounds. Almost like a fucking guitar, an electric guitar. Like, immediately I'm getting a lot of interesting patches here. Yeah, I mean, that's pure nightmare fuel. To make your cats awake. It's just like, for like sounds like this, Omnisphere is an amazing tool. And I always grab this when I need like some texture or something to make a track sound more interesting. Like, these are great starting points. See, that's just, it's just gonna work in tracks, you know, you can definitely use that. What the hell is that? A broken cello, that piques my interest. Like, that is definitely a broken cello. Like, combine that with one of those screechy ones, and you've got a crazy sound. Deeply unsettling. It better be. Like, it's mostly aimed at film music, but you can use this in drum and bass so easily. Ooh. That one sounds interesting. What if we add that? Oh, we already have a long note. Question is, can we change the rhythm of that? Of course we can, because it's using the arpeggiator. So if you want to change this, we can. So I never used this arpeggiator, so I'm not entirely sure how it works. It's playing a chord? Yeah, okay, so it's just playing, re-triggering a chord. And the chord is then probably made with the harmonizer. That's just doing an octave. And that is doing a perfect fifth. Oh no, this is not in use, so it's not even a chord. It's just an octave. And this is not doing any pitch differences here. So we can even say like, okay. And there's some delay happening as well. Not sure where the delay is, the other one. It doesn't matter. Oh, it's that. Yeah, it's basically just a synth. It's just a synth with a lot of presets. And we can see how this is made. Like, we can see that they've used some kind of a modulated wobbly piano hit. Can we play that by itself? No, we cannot, but doesn't matter. Well, we can mute this one. And then in the second one they've used something else. A mod piano moaning bow. So they've used a bow, so like a, I guess a cello or a violin bow to so like create a moaning sound on the strings of that piano. And that is what creates. So it really is just a synth, right? But this is just using sample oscillators right now, but we can go in here and we can see that you can also just do like regular oscillators. So you can just do your classic sol stuff. Let's say you know sol, and now we have, if we do this, now we have a sol underneath it. See? So it's pretty nice. It's definitely a good synth. I don't like that sound underneath this though. Maybe only the layer B. I'm not sure where the extra bit comes from. Halfway. It sounds like a delay, but... there is no delay here. We only have that inner space, but... and this one. Oh, that was it. Yeah, that was it. But... I don't necessarily like this sound, so let's get rid of that. I like this one a lot though, so... let's start with this one. Well, I bet they do sills every now and then as well. Just keep that in mind, I guess. Just maybe maybe just set up I don't know, join their mailing list or something like that. They'll probably have a sill, especially with the summer coming up. Like most of the time, around summer holiday, most companies are gonna do sales. So, like, that's just me. I know because my sample packs are always on sale when it's the summer. It's just around holidays usually when there's huge sales going on. So definitely, if you're looking now for stuff, then I think best would be to just wait until like the summer holidays are there, because that's most of the time when there's gonna be good sales. Or with Easter, for instance. Easter is another one of those, usually. There's like a whole bunch of moments a year when it's wise to buy your plugins. You're usually saving a lot of time. So... or saving a lot of time, saving a lot of money, right? I think the summer holiday is going to be the first upcoming one, so... probably wise to just wait until that is there. Okay, so let's see if we can make something with that low sound, because this one really... I really like this one, so... oh, I do like the high percussion. Not sure if I want to use the low percussion thing, the taiko, so let's just mute that. Let's see how this... because this could already be just like the first 16. Maybe have one other element come in over time a little bit, but this already evolves well. Like, this first section, I'm fine with, if it's like this. Maybe just one extra thing at the start, so that it doesn't start with that percussion so abruptly. Just need something happening here in this elf now. This is 32 already, right? Yeah. So this will be the first 16. We can do that. Maybe have a little swell happening at the end, and then something coming in here, which is probably also where we're gonna introduce the first part of the chord progression, and then that part where it goes to the lower note. So that part probably needs to happen somewhere towards the end here, so that you're, for the most part, you're just in G. And then at some point we're gonna go away from G, and that's where you're gonna sort of like get that really sort of like almost emotional kind of feeling, because we're suddenly doing something different, and that's probably also where the chord is going to be more filled up, I guess. Whereas in the intro, we're mostly just going to be around G, and maybe there's going to be some higher bits here and there, but... Okay, I'm gonna go in here, and I want to play around with this, see what other percussion we have, so we can get some other percussion from this as well. That one is nice too. Yeah, of course I know Stigma by Noisia. One of the greatest tunes Noisia ever made, and it's so goddamn old. It's like 15 years old, but it's one of the best tracks they ever made, honestly. It's like it's such a simple track, but it's so fucking good. That whole intro is just magnificent. That bam 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 bam. I analyzed the shit out of that track when I was getting into drum and bass, like 10 years ago. I don't know exactly which key it was in, but wasn't it also in G? Dun 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 dun. Not sure. Could be that wasn't G, but I don't think so. It's a long time that I analyzed that thing. Okay, that one is too percussion-like. I need something with like more, like that one as well, but it has the snares in it, which I don't like. So that's too. No, I don't like that. That's too percussion-like. No. Yeah, it's probably just going to be that one, Dark City. But we can also go in here and we can play around with... It's not necessarily doing a lot though. I think this has more of an effect on the lower layers. But if we change this one out to maybe an 8-note one... Oh yeah, that changes. What, you mean this one? We're probably gonna introduce that later, but... Or a variation on it. Yeah, the slower one is better, for sure, to have in the intro. So I'm feeling some kind of a percussive hit right here. Bum. Hello, mosquito, motherfucker. Oh boy, I know what I'm doing before I'm going to bed tonight. A good old mosquito hunt. I think the hits one. Don't really hear one that I like, but I have this library. Let's see, where is it again? Is it It's in cinematic probably. Yeah. That one should be perfect for this kind of stuff. The one playing now. Oh yeah, you mean that percussion thing. Yeah. This is another one with a huge interface, so let's close that down. And then still it's gonna be huge. I need a bigger screen. We're now in punch hits. That might already be nice. What is that? F? That F, okay. Let's drop you here. Right there, okay. Let's do that. Some kind of a swell here. And then here we're probably going to introduce some higher layers as well. Let's see what we can try. Do that. Come on. Why you not do that? The hell are they doing outside? There's some people fucking screaming like there's somebody getting killed. Like they're making a fight or something. Maybe there is somebody getting killed. You can hear it? Nice. Hey, Sakura Nation. Yeah, we don't have well, we do have a little what is it called? It's I guess it's also a pub in a way. It's sort of like this it's sort of like a health restaurant, health pub. But it's been closed for a really long time, and I think right now you can only drink on the what is that called? Basically, when you have a bar and then the place in front of the bar, so on the streets, basically in front of it. I don't know what you call it in English. Like the most logical translation would be a terrace, but I'm not sure if that's what they call it in English. That's how we used to call it in Dutch, or how we call it in Dutch, but I'm not sure what that is in English. But you're only allowed to be there. But that place is still quite a bit away here. It's not behind my house, so not sure what they're doing. Yeah, I'm not sure if that is the sound I'm looking for, but we're gonna focus on this section. I can focus on the transition here later. We need to get that sort of like a bit of the chords coming in there, or at least some extra layers. I might use another omnisphere for now. That's alright, having that ambience there. See, we need to work towards this last thing. So, let's see, we have the violins here. Now let's duplicate that and bring up the cello as well. I really like cello, so contacts. Oh wait, I have it here as well. Cello or celli, modern. So that's this one. Let's call that cello. Well, the strings are very simple right now, but that they sound like this. And that just repeats itself. That was the little thing that we came up with, so that is beginning on G minor. This is playing a G right now. Like obviously this sounds way too sweet and way too for what I'm gonna be making, but it's just a progression, right? And it, depending on the instrument you use to play the notes of the progression, you're gonna get a particular kind of sort of like sound or particular kind of feeling, I guess. So let's see if we can start introducing maybe the cello in this section. So I could have the cello play a G note. Let's make that a bit smaller. Like that. Now let's... where is it? Here. Mod wheel. So that I can control the volume of that note. So what I want to do here is I want to be able to start the note basically at no volume, so you're not going to hear it, and it's just going to come in over time. So we're just going to do something like this. You can even do something like this. Like you don't hear it right now. Now you can kind of start hearing it a little bit. Should already be louder there. Yo. It's really quiet. Why is that not doing anything? It is connected to the mod wheel. So why is that mod wheel not doing anything? I wasn't the right one, right? Where is it? Cello. Yeah. So is the mod wheel doing something? Doesn't sound like the mod wheel is even doing anything. Is there something else? No, there's nothing else. Huh? Interesting. Let me remove contact real quick and just add a new instance of contact. That's weird. Why is the mod wheel not working? Yeah, you can hear it, but it's super quiet, and normally the mod wheel controls that level, but it's not doing that for some odd reason. So let's just load up the cello modern, and let's see if we can make that work. So it is set the key switch here, which is good, and then here we go and set it to mod wheel, so that the mod wheel controls the volume. And I'm just gonna, let's get rid of the MIDI clip as well. Do this. MIDI. Well, let's go in here. Let's add a G note. Let's do that. Now that is quiet because the mod wheel is all the way down. So let's bring this all the way up. Now we should be able to hear the note. There we go. So that works. Which note was it again? This one or one octave down? I think this one. Was it just too low? No, that note is not even doing anything, so it was this note. So now we can use that mod wheel again. So let's go to somewhere around here and then bring this one all the way down. And now it should come in over time. Yes, now it's working. See, now it's working, so we can do that, maybe make it go a little bit louder here. And then here it's gonna basically start over again. Yeah, I'm not sure what that was. Never had that before. And then maybe on the end here, we can try going to where I think the last two bars, going up to that G sharp, because we are in G Phrygian. So if we do that, then I can switch this one to a portamento version of itself. See if we can utilize that beautiful glide. And then just add our key switch. So that's going to be E-1. Just drop that down there. Now we can tweak this a little bit. I guess we'll add some reverb to that as well. Closing down a little bit too much, so let's back this one down a bit, maybe add a little point extra there. And it starts a little bit loud as well when it goes up there, so I'm thinking of maybe doing this. And let's group this in a group so I can add some reverb to it. And just put the same reverb on all the strings that I'm going to use. Let's use vintage verb. Okay, that works. Let's try using the very nice hull and just make it a little bit bigger because it's quite a big hull from itself. You can also do it on the send track, but let's try it like this first. Now I can add maybe another note here. I'm thinking down, down. So down. And then we're gonna get G again. So go back to that G. I'm sorry, we have to repeat this every time, but we have to hear how that comes in over time as well. Let's try doing that. Where's that chord progression there? And what was that chord progression doing for that last note? G sharp, okay. So it was doing that. Now let's add... Quickly, we'll just do this for now. What if we do... Take the ensemble and let's drop that in here as well. So that is what has the chord progression. So I'll just drop that chord progression here for now. And this had the mod wheel movement in it. Yeah, okay. So let's take a copy of that. And let's drop that here. Do this. I guess I can just take the this one, just drop that here instead. So we have the same modulation as what this one has. And then let's see. Okay, now I need to copy those chords real quick. I'm not sure if they're going to be in this position. I think they're going to be somewhere else, but let's just copy those chords. It was a major chord to another major chord. Okay, so we were doing D sharp major to G sharp minor, but with the top note inverted, so G sharp minor, and then doing that. It's still getting a bit spooky. I don't like that necessarily. Taiko was a bit too much. Let's get rid of that one. It does kind of work. We just need something happening here at the start. Something when this happens. Bam, 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 bam. Something with a rhythmic kind of thing, I think. That's just gonna give us something more, and just add a bit of pace to the whole thing. I'm just gonna use a synth for now. Just set up a real quick sort of like synth patch that we can use for that. I'm just gonna try and come up with a... So I'm feeling maybe that. Dun dun dun. Weird. Okay, I guess, yeah. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, I feel like we're gonna have to do something different here. So that chord, that second chord here, this one. So this G sharp minor. What is that doing? G sharp, yeah. I feel like I want to do something different there. Even though that chord progression is really nice, I might want to do something slightly different. Because this one, like this, dun, done. I feel like that needs to go to D. Yes. And that resolves back to G as well, because D is the perfect fifth above G, so then we're using the circle of fifths to get back into that G note, which is gonna, of course, end of our phrase. So this would be a really interesting thing to do. Then we're gonna get a chord here. So we can try out if that D works with this chord on top of it. I don't think it will, because this chord has that D sharp in it, but you never know. We can try it out. Yeah, D is the move, totally. Like, the synth needs some layers, it needs to sound bigger, but for now it kind of works to just have something so that we can work on the rhythm and work on, you know, what kind of a pattern we're gonna do. Sakura Nation is coming in and just think like, well, what is he talking about? Like, it needs to be a different sound, that's for sure, but the synth is sort of like a placeholder for now. It kinda works a little, but I think we can do better. Let's move this one aside. Let's see what we can do with D. So we're gonna get rid of this, and we're gonna move a D note here. So then we're gonna get, and let's do the same thing here. So let's take this one and move that one to D, so it's doing the same thing. So now so we have this one. Which note is it? So I hear this one going down. So that we are playing a D as well here. So then this could be the bottom note of the chord. Which, are we gonna get D minor? No, we're gonna get a D diminished chord. Kinda cool, but can also try. An A sharp major over D. Like, we can start trying interesting combinations like that as well, and some of them might actually sound really good. Yo, are we crashing? Oh, okay. Let me save. It just got stuck for a little bit. Okay, now they're having party outside. Yo, what are you doing? Okay, it's back. We can also make that... Let's try making it a D major chord. Whoa! Making it a D major chord is actually really cool. Yeah, the safe thing to do would be putting that high note there. This is sick. Then we do have to change this one. Because I think this one doesn't necessarily match too well with that chord. Because it's a chord that is borrowed from a different scale. Because we should be getting a minor chord here. That's what the scale would B, but that major chord there is really nice. Let's see if we can, because it's this part right here. So this is playing G sharp to G to F, and that chord is playing F sharp, D, and A. So yeah, I think what would be cool to do here is to make that high note be A. Oh no, that sounds weird. Maybe I'll have a different instrument here, but we're getting somewhere with that chord progression. I'll just make this one be what it was for now. We'll figure that out later. We got a really interesting chord change now, so that's good. Jesus, why are you lagging so much suddenly? Now it's gone again, but now we can go back to that G minor chord at the end, which sounds kind of good, kind of resolves to home, but maybe a different. Keep making copies of this thing so that I don't lose it, but let's try. This is technically the minor chord. What if we... Let me get D sharp again. That's not gonna work. What do we have? C as well, I think. C minor. It's gonna be low, but the bass could be playing a different note. Let's see what happens if we... Don't think that's gonna be it, but... No, that's definitely not gonna be it. Yeah, I was already going at F here as well, so let's see if that F is gonna do something. Now, of course, because of this one, we hear it different as well. Let's get rid of that one for now. And we have the cello underneath this as well. We need to change that along with it if we are gonna change this one, otherwise it's gonna sound weird. So let's select both of them. Let's just do that. So I now have both of them here. We have the ensemble and the cello. And if I'm correct, the cello is here. Yeah, it should be there. Let's make them a different color for now. That's easier. Do that. So now, if I select this, I can see where the notes are. No, it's not gonna be... Oh wait, that one wasn't F yet. I think it's just gonna go back to G. It kind of wants to. So we could do a G minor 7th. That way we're still using that F. See what happens then. No, I don't like that at all. Oh, it's a really nice chord, absolutely, but not in this setting. We're just gonna go back to that. Although it's not necessarily what I think I wanted, but I guess we'll stick with it for now. It might change later. We can always come back to something like that. That break, let's get rid of that. And I'm gonna move some stuff out of the way. This is all placeholder things and things that were ideas, which I might be able to use later. So let's move that all out of the way. Let's call this group strings. We have some violins as well, which we're not using, but I really like this ambience in the start. It sounds really cool. We might need an extra sort of like percussive hit to start the track off with, because it starts that ambience, this one. It takes a little bit of time for it to come in, right? It doesn't start at its loudest velocity. It just starts quiet and then it sort of like fades in with a bit of attack. So we have that, and then the percussion, which starts really abruptly, right? So I kind of want to see what I mean. If we add something on top of that, it makes more sense. But I want it to be a different one than this one, so let's put that on D. I don't like that one. So that is D, this one. And by the way, I can tune these as well. So right now it's an F. I can make this G, which is the root of the track. Now I don't like that one, so I can go into randoms, and let me make this a bit smaller. I can go into randoms, and then yes, in here I can say what I want all of these units to be. So if you look here, we have these sections that we're using. This one is disabled because that's the reverse, and I'm not using any reverses in this. So we've got section A, B, C, and D, and I can randomize those. But I can randomize just this key that's now highlighted right here, which is D. So I can change that to be a different one without affecting this one that we're using right here. So I can make a completely different version for this key. So in this page I can tell what I want every unit to be. So unit A, I want to have some subtils, so let's do that. Let's take those off. And maybe, what else do we have? Subbenders. We could try that one. Give that a bit of a chance as well. And then let's go into B. They've got a piano. Let's get rid of that. Let's put this one and maybe that one. And in C, let's just leave that one there. And in D, they have that and subtills as well. Let's not do subtills twice. Let's try benders, why not? Give that a bit of that. And then hit. Okay, so that already has the subtills as well. I'll just leave it in for now, it doesn't really matter too much. And get out of that. And now I can just click key on here. And see what it just did? It switched out all of the samples. And it has only done that for this key. So now we're gonna have a different one. Ooh. That was an interesting change. And the other one that we're gonna get now is still gonna be the same as before. See? So that's good. That's really good. I kinda like that one, that first one now. It's maybe a little quiet. Let's see which layer is too quiet. Where's solo? Oh. That one is fine. See, so you can hear what it has done. It has... Yeah, so that works. Now I can, for instance, because we have D, then we have F, that's that one, and then we have A, which is the next one. Let's say I'm gonna put A right there. And I don't like this one as well. Don't like that one. So I can randomize this one as well. Now this one is highlighted, so if I now press key, it's only gonna randomize this key. And now we should have a different one for this section. Ooh. That one was cool as well. Let's bring the other elements back as well. Oh, turn that on. Like this sounds way too simple for what we have going now. It needs to be completely different, but I feel like this one now is too... It needs something on top of it. So let's see, we have F. What is this one built out of? So we have this. Oh, let me solo that. We have that. Pretty weak. We can see what happens if we disable that one. We still have pretty much the same hit. See, the core of the hit is still there. So what if we swap just this one out for something else? We can go into randoms, and then I can say randomize just unit A. So I'm gonna take off those. So now it's only gonna randomize this one. And I can say we have subtills and subbenders. Let's maybe add signals to that. Maybe resonators. And we can try maybe this one. I don't think we need the subbenders, to be honest, but I'll leave it in for now. And now if I click random, and I hope it's gonna work, because if not, we're gonna lose what we have now, and I don't think there's an undo button. Let's verify. Randomize unit A is only selected, so it should be working. Yes. Okay, I'm gonna click it. Yes, so it has only replaced this one. I'm not entirely sure how much this library is. It's called IzerX, Classic Trailers Toolkit, and they have a lot more. The company is Keep Forest, basically just Keep Forest, and they have this IzerX. It's basically IzerX is the interface that they built, and it's basically an interface that they made for mostly for film music producers, so people that make trailer music mostly. It's very specifically aimed at like people that make film trailers and make like film music as well, like battle music and that kind of stuff, and just need like hits, and it's basically an interface that allows you to generate hits from individual samples. And you also have this thing in the middle. I'm not touching it right now. But what that is, it's basically an XY graph that controls the volume of the individual layers. So if I use this and go here, for instance, then it's going to have more of these and less of these. So I can also sort of like change the mix between them, and you can even animate that. So you can record the automation on this and move it around and then play it, and it's going to sync that to the BPM of your project. So you can even do like movement on that if you want, so you can morph from one layer into another or all kinds of stuff. But there's like other libraries as well that are sort of like built on the same interface. So you'll have like IzerX Classic Trailers Toolkits, and then there's what is there, Modern Trailer Toolkits or something like that, and then there's, I think there's even more different libraries. I can check. Keep Forest. So it's cinematic. Oh, here, IzerX Trailer Sound Effects Designer. So there's like that one as well. Where is IzerX? IzerX bundle for $1,000 that gets you everything from the IzerX thing, I think. Yeah, so there's the one that I have is this one. So that's 200 euros for this one that I'm using. But there's like other ones, like I said as well. You have on the same sort of like one, you've also got the Modern Designer Toolkit. So that's like a sound effects designer, which is kind of similar, but has sort of like just different sounds in it. Trailer Sound Effects Designer, that's like another one. So there's like different variations of it, and the one that I'm using is that classic trailer toolkit. I mean, they're not cheap, that's for sure, but they're really good. It does have it's a really nice contact library because of the interface. It makes it pretty easy to come up with sort of like interesting hits by combining samples. They have a lot. Holy damn. They also, what is that? Serum. Modern Trailer Percussion. Wow, that's hot. Like, this company does some really good contact libraries for film music stuff, especially if you're into like the more epic and the more like bigger things, and just if you need like interesting hits, like interesting good sounding hits. Oh, it's actually telling me to watch my own stream. But yeah, that's sick. I might have to give them a message again, see if I can try out some of the other ones, because they actually just sent this one to me. They asked me if I wanted to do some videos about it, and I actually really liked it, so I kept on using it for if I need stuff like this. So yeah, I bet if I just give them a message that they'll give me one of the other ones as well to try out. Like, that is kind of nice, but let's see what else we can get. Okay, I'm gonna remove the subtails from this randomizer, because we already have some sub in this hit, so we don't need more sub. And the sub benders as well. Oh no, let's leave that one, because that one is kind of cool, because then it bends. Duh. I think we need more of a... Can we lock that? That would be great. I don't think we can. We need something... like that, maybe. To give it a bit more space. Yeah, the Netflix trailers have a very specific sound to them. Netflix goes for a sort of very specific kind of sound, but they do that with a reason. When you start up a Netflix show, you know it's a Netflix show, you know, and that is really thanks to the themes that they use. They have this very specific sort of like theme kind of sound, and they did that with that purpose. You know, it's basically just branding. Just kind of helps you. You just kind of unconsciously, you know that, like, hey, this is a very Netflix sounding intro, even to the point where sometimes you'll hear a series that is not a Netflix series, but that just so happen to be liking that kind of sound and copy that, and then you go like, hey, that sounds like a Netflix show, and that is another win for Netflix, because then you're thinking about that it could be a Netflix show because of the theme, which unconsciously you're thinking about Netflix, right? It's just marketing, it's just branding, and you can use music to do that too. It's just like another way to kind of help people think about your brand, I guess. And I have to admit, like Netflix trailers or like the themes from their shows, they're usually written really good. Like they have a very specific sound, but usually a sound that really it's easy to remember as well. Your missus has just bought Ableton 11. She wants all the plugins. We're gonna be... Well, I mean, it's really nice to see that girls are getting into music production more. There's actually quite a few girl or female YouTubers now as well doing music stuff, so it's really nice, because it used to be a very male-dominated industry. Like, holy shit, it's a sausage fest in here usually. So it's very nice seeing that more girls are getting into like the technical side of music production, which for a really long time, well, hasn't happened, I guess. I mean, there were probably quite a few, but I do fear for her wallet though. But I can definitely give a tip on that though. Like, it's not about plugins. Like, you can buy the most fanciest plugins and spend all the money that you earn, or even more, you know, take a loan and buy everything you want, but it's not gonna be that. You're not gonna make good music by doing that. It's better to just get a couple of tools that you like maybe Ableton, and then maybe just a couple of plugins that a lot of people use. Like, for instance, Serum, which is a good synthesizer. This one, right here. This one. It's a great synthesizer, and there's a lot of tutorials for it, so it's very easy to learn. and stuff like that, and then just start learning that. Because if you learn like a couple of tools really good, then from that moment on it's very easy to start understanding all of the other tools as well. So whereas if you get like a lot of tools at once and never really spend the time fully learning them, then you're never really going to get to that point, right? It's just going to be, there's just going to be too many options. It's just, you're just going to overload yourself, basically. And most of the time, with just a DAW and a good synth, you can make really good music. It's all about your skill with it. Yeah, Vital is good too. Vital is another great synth. Very good one. FabFilter Saturn is a really good distortion too, yeah. And there's some great free plugins around, absolutely. Definitely worth it to check around. Yeah, like if you're gonna keep up with all the new VSTs, you're just gonna be buying new VSTs every day. Maybe not every day, but maybe every week or so. It's not worth your money. Like you can get every new VST, and I guess, yeah, maybe there's gonna be that one new feature that isn't in any other synth that just makes that one signature sound that is cool for one moment, but after 2 or 3 people made a track with it, then it's already getting old, right? So then you're back to your usual tools, right? So it's the best thing is to just learn at least one synth really good, so you know it inside out. Because most of the features and parameters are gonna be named at least the same on most tools. There might be some things that are just arranged different, or there might be one plugin might have a couple of parameters that another plugin doesn't have. But at the core of it, like the basis of it is always gonna be the same. Like the volume is always going to be the volume or the gain, right? It's going to be those two things. Sometimes they'll call it amp, maybe. Okay, that wasn't the best example. But it's always going to have like similar names, right? And as soon as you know those names, it's just going to be, you're going to be set. Like you're going to have, you're most of the time, you're going to have a filter. So if you know what a filter is, and you know what the cutoff is of a filter and the resonance of a filter, then most of the time, in every plugin they're gonna be called that, right? Sometimes they'll be like the resonance can also be called the Q value, right? But other than that, when you learn all those terms by just using one synth a lot, then as soon as you pick up a different thing, it's just gonna be like, oh, okay, so the resonance is there. Okay, so the resonance in that plugin did that, so it's probably gonna do this in this one as well. And it's just like, yeah, it's gonna make it so much easier. Yeah, it's not about the Fences plugins or whatever. Like, everything that this is doing, I could do this myself with just a bunch of samples. Like, I don't need this library. Like, I can go in my sample folders and search for impact sound, for instance, and just see what comes up, and just take an impact sound. Okay, that's maybe not the best one, that's very huge. See, I can take that. And then layer it with something else. With that, maybe. And with that. And that way I can do the same thing what this is doing by just using samples. Right? So you don't need this. It's just that this makes it faster. It makes it easier. But you are set to the samples that come with this, right? So you are also limited, but the samples that come with it are pretty good as well, so it's kind of like, yeah, whatever. But I would see if I use this all the time, that at some point I'll get, you know, like done with this. I'll be done with the sound of this one. I'll probably go back to doing it myself. Motherfucker, we have one of those. There's one of those big crane flies in my room now. I might have to go hunt them down real quick. I need to piss as well, so I'm gonna take a piss and I'll be back in just a little bit. And see if I can see the crane fly. Because he's gonna fly into my face in just a minute. I think it's called a crane fly. It's one of those big mosquito looking things, but they're not mosquitoes. Cool, Sacra Nation. I'll see you later. Or speak to you later. Yeah, this isn't really much yet, so do I have some music? Do I have some music? Yeah, sure. That one will do. Oh, no, not there. Let me just drop it here. That one is 172. I'll be back in just a little bit. I'm going to take a piss and see if I can lead the crane fly outside, if I can find him. Don't see him anymore. So I'll be back in just a little bit. Oh, this is a different version. Oh well, whatever. You'll listen to this version then. I'll be back in just a bit. Okay. Not sure if he survived it, but shouldn't have flown into this house then. At least he got electrocuted for a little bit, so he might be stunned for the next 30 minutes. He didn't want to fly outside. I opened like my window all the way, so I tried to put him out, but he didn't want to, so can't have him in here. They're so annoying, like they're always gonna fly into your face. I had it in an earlier stream, a couple of, I'm not sure if it was last year, but it was during a stream, and I had one fly into my window as well. Like I was using my webcam as well, I think, so it should be on. Oh, maybe not. I'm not sure. But he flew into my face during the stream. I'm like, yo, what are you doing? Yeah, it's because of the light, I know. So this is gonna be a different this section. That's one thing that's for sure. So let's just turn that one off. Let's go back to here and let's open up that Reese. And let's take off that. Let's do the filtering in here. Let's assign this to here. May put a bit of distortion in front of it. Let's go do that and make this not MPE mode. I kind of wished I could make this static. Can I do that? Think I can. Ooh, let's try this. Never done that before, but let's try it. Oh no, that's not gonna work. My bad, that's not gonna work. I'm gonna leave it like this. Okay, so what was this doing? Oh yeah, it was going down, so... Yeah, okay. I think I want to do a different pattern though. Let's see. Can I make this? Yeah, you can't make it restart without having a gap in between the notes, I think, if you're using a monophonic patch. Which is annoying. See, it doesn't restart properly. Well, I think... maybe it does. Or maybe it doesn't. Let's see. I can easily try it out if I do this and then add a pitch envelope. Let's do that, do this, and then just do matrix LFO1 to the global master tuning. And then just raise this up. Set it to envelope mode. Okay, it does retrigger. But does it also retrigger the voices? That's the question. I think it does. Oh no, there is no voices. I'm using the... oh, it should retrigger now, yeah. Okay, good. Let's just assign macro 2 to that. So that's the pitch envelope. Maybe I'll need it at some point. Let's make this one a little bit smaller. What do I want to do there? Let's just keep it simple for now. Ooh, I could do that. Have the last one here. Ooh. Suddenly get a burst of an idea here. What if we do an F here? F minor? Oh no, that's not F minor, but... then we need to have this one follow that. And... Okay, let's try making the bass in this section. See if we can make it fit afterwards. I do like that extra chord there. I think. We'll see. We'll see. like what that does with the phase, you know? That's the only issue. I kind of like how it brings up high end, but that phasing that it just does, I don't like that. Give it some width. What if we do that? Okay, latest Leon. I'm just gonna try getting some stuff working here. Yeah, this needs to be swapped around. I can just do that. I guess we can. Should I add a... I'm gonna try it. Another idea. Let's take contact. And let's go... Let's try out this one first. Maybe Kodo is gonna be 2. Can also try that one. Let's try this one first. Like some kind of plucked instrument. Could also be one of the Middle Eastern ones. I have a bunch of those as well. Or just one of the guitar ones. Maybe this one. See, we can add like a little pattern to make that whole intro a little bit more interesting. You should be able to make that in Vital easily. Like that bassline, right? That's what you were talking about, that Reese. You should be able to make that in Vital really easily. It's just gonna be the same sort of like process, just taking well, if this one is loaded, I can maybe even show you. It's gonna go to about halfway, and then it's suddenly gonna go to like 100%. At least that's what it always does. So it looks like we are gonna have to wait like a really long time, but see, it's jumping already. And then suddenly it's gonna go to like, it's completely done, or at least that's what it normally does. Come on. Okay, I think that bass should be easy to make in Vital as well. Almost done. I wonder how much RAM I'm using right now. Probably quite a bit. Because this instrument alone, for instance, is like 12.88 gigabyte. Now it's not going to load everything to the RAM, but still loading quite a bit. Well, it's taking its time, damn. Better be good. You better fit. That's what she said. Come on. You can do it. Yes, I know. It's a big library. But you can do it. I should have loaded the Kodo. There we go. I actually think the Kodo is gonna fit better, but let's see. Maybe some harmonics or something might work. Dun, dun, dun. Let's do that. So just play whatever I want, right? So we are in, what was it again? G. Oh, you have to go down. We are in G. So why is that? Is it really? That's gonna be annoying. Like if I set this to G, this is now playing G, but that is D. What? Yeah, see? I'll load up the Kodo. That's gonna be way easier. That one I can just set the chromatic. That's another one of those. Any questions? While we wait. This one is a little bit quicker though. This is not as big. Oh, actually, this one is 15.63 gigabyte. But I think it loads quicker. No, I was looking at this right here at the top. It tells me what string is being played. And I know that that note is the open string, so like the first open string. So that way I knew which key was which one. This one is also different because see, it's like also not, because this one is higher than that one. But in this one you can set this to be chromatic. And then you can just play whatever you want. So a little bit easier. Let's see if we can I'm not sure if this is gonna fit, but we can try. Let's see, what was the harmonics again? D sharp. What is that? Pizzicato. Yeah, that's fine. D sharp. Which one? Okay, 1 octave lower than that. Okay. Where is that? That's right there. So then let's put a key switch right there. Might actually work. Oh. My bad. Okay, I need to... That's annoying. Yeah, I'm looking for a good thing here. I quite like where this is going. It works with what's going underneath it. But it sounds a little off when I play it from right here. I need to. And this will probably be filtered in or something, or like with reverb on it or delay. But we have a bunch of different options here. Ooh. Okay, let's put some. Let's just start with some reverb first. Let's just add our very nice hull. Yeah, that drum thing, I'll actually bounce that to audio so I can see where it is. That's way easier. Like, it's fine right now the way it is, so I can just bounce to audio. That way I can just see it. It's a little bit... What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna say plus 10 dB and then just do a minus 10 right here. Yeah, it's a little off. A little off. See, so that's something that I can much easier adjust right now. Interesting. That wow thing in here, that's kind of giving it some wobble, some sort of like movement on the pitch, I think. That's a really nice effect, actually. Take the bass out for now, so we can focus on this one. And that's probably gonna have to change there as well, but for this first section that works. Now I wonder if I should, let's see, let's just take an EQ for now. I wonder what it sounds like without the reverb. I think the reverb is nice. Maybe use that to sort of like filter it in a little bit during the intro. Okay, that's gonna be like that. Let's try. That one. Okay, the strings will have to be slightly different now, because what this is doing, it's playing a pattern where here it's going to F and then to G. So it's doing G sharp here, then going to F, then to G again. So I think the part where the strings come in and do the swells, the sort of like the different chords, that is going to be in a slightly different position to make it fit with this pattern. And this pattern is going to have to be changed to accommodate that D sharp to D as well. That was in there. That those chords are doing. So we have this and that. Let's take this one. See that there doesn't work. I wonder though what this is gonna sound like. Let's see if I do. I'm just gonna take this and duplicate that. And let's get rid of these. Let's just freeze this. Interesting. The last part doesn't necessarily work, but so we can further manipulate it. Interesting. What if we put you right here? That's weird. Kinda works though. Like that clashes, but I can figure that out. Offbeat is nice. Okay, so this, that is what? Is that 8 bars? Yeah, this 8 bars is becoming this length. So I need to figure out where these chords are coming in. So that is in the last 2. So that is right here. If this becomes that, I'm gonna make it easier for myself. I'm gonna make it easier. We're gonna duplicate this one real quick. Because that is the one with that pattern. Just mute that. Take this. And do that. So this, let's move it up. Where those chords are, so I can see that. So we have right here, it's going to F, but it should be going to D sharp. And then here, maybe put a D in between. Now this is gonna be super slow, but I'll figure that out. So now I know where it needs to be. So this one needs to go to D sharp. So I can get rid of this actually. Now I know which one I need. So we only need this section. Duplicate. And just freeze that. And let's flatten that. That's fucking long for no reason. And let's do Oh, wait. Minus 24. And then we need to align that. So, right there. And then I can just drop this one here. Let's see how that one works now with that note there. Hey, that didn't. It's the wrong note. Let's see. What? Is there a reason that happens when the audio is off? What? I don't know what you're talking about. Let's see. There is... It's still playing Okay, I'm hearing that one. That one is now here. For some, well, that one is hitting on... Ah, okay. So if that one... Ah, okay. If that one is... Make it that. See what happens. Wait. Yeah, that's just because I'm slowing it down a lot. So any like delays are probably also going to be sort of like getting 4 times as long. So I'm not sure, but let's freeze that. I can also try it without the delay actually. Let's try that real quick. Freeze. And flatten. And then we're gonna do that minus 24. Then adjust the timing. See, it needs to be it's basically just an entire beat. So it's basically just one beat that it's being adjusted. Now we're gonna take this and move it on here. Let's get rid of this track. The end needs to be different, but I do like that low sound. And I hear one thing as well, because this one is so low. Let's try moving that one up. So it's gonna be really high, and then this one maybe to there. Okay, so it's doing okay. So this one is doing where is it? I lost it. D sharp. And that one is gonna do D. That one might work. And D, G. Okay, let's try this. I can just freeze this one. I'm not gonna get rid of it. I'm just gonna freeze it. And then just drag this onto here. Unwarp minus 24. Adjust that so that it's one beat earlier. And then just do this and see if that D now lines up with that lines up. Now it's just the end that sounds too complicated. It's weird because I'm now kind of just writing something that is ending up as like, what is that? It's not even half time, it's quarter time. And also lower. So it's weird. Like they almost work together as well. If G let's try this. I'm gonna try a couple of different versions of this because it has a really nice sound. That's the other option. Freeze this one again. I changed it. I'm gonna stop streaming soon as well, it's getting late. But I do like the vibe of those chords that we came... Oh, my bad, I flattened it. Let's not do that. Let's undo. Let's do this. Just need to find the right intro for this. That fits those chords. That has a really nice vibe though, a nice sound. What was that? Oh, that thing. Yeah, I don't like that. Yeah, I heard Supersonic. It's quite nice. I do hear Skrillex's influences. was like, why am I not hearing that? That's gonna change, but I do like the chords themselves. They just need to be different positions. That's fine. The idea is good. It just needs to be executed different. Let's try doing a slice to MIDI on this one. I like some of the parts, but as well this one needs to be arranged different. Okay, so slice 1 is just nothing. Let's do that. See, that kick is not going to be used that often, probably. Might be able to use it every now and then, but not that often. Let's just do this and drop that on here. Let's, I guess, just arrange it a little different. Wait, let's go back. What was it? Let's do this, and let's get rid of you. Can even do that. But probably just gonna do that. Oh yeah, there. Yeah, whatever. I'm gonna stop streaming. It's getting late. It's almost 2 AM here. I'm gonna figure this one out, because I think this is gonna be a good one for next week as well. If I can figure out the intro, then next week we can work on a drop, and that would be pretty nice. Any last questions before we end the stream? I'll be back again next week, by the way, 8:30 p.m. Amsterdam time, so check out what that is for you. You can support me on Patreon, link is in the chat right now. So if you want to support me, you can help on Patreon. I'm gonna be posting my new Ableton skin, this one, on Patreon, I think, in the upcoming week. I've been going through it, and I think everything I can change is changed. So any of the things that are now still a different color than the lime green or this red color here, is all just stuff that I cannot change. So I think it's ready to be posted. I don't think anybody has a question, because nothing is coming in. How many people are still watching right now? Oh, still 20 people. Okay. Anyways, thanks everybody. Thanks for the couple of donations. I'll see you guys again next week. If you want to check out my other videos on my gaming channel, there's going to be probably upcoming week an episode of my gaming videos on my other channel. The link to that is on my channel as well, so just go on my channel and there's a section that links to my other channels. Or my other channel, I should say. Yo, yes, yeah, so like I said, it was a good stream. We're getting back into drum and bass. I just need to figure out what this intro is gonna do, and then we're gonna have hopefully a good drop stream soon. That would be nice. I think let's see if we can make this into an actual tune and actually finish it as well. That would be nice. So that's gonna be it for this week. And like I said, I'll be back next week. Hope to see you guys again then. And thanks for watching. Peace.